Hello everyone. So in the last class, we were discussing working with state management, and I also given you a concept of button click in the last class, right? So the tested is 1 hour, right? We'll compensate half an hour today and half an hour tomorrow session. All right. So coming to button click continuation to the last class, let me open my Visual Studio Code. I think we were working with this one. Right. So guys, before proceeding to the next, could you please confirm any questions you have? Any questions you have? Hello.
No.
Very good. Okay. So let me go to my component one. So in the app.js, we are calling component one. The output of this one is running in the port number 3000. So currently we are in the development environment, right? Let it run in the third 3000. But when you go for the production, you can do it whatever you want to have. All right. So whenever you want to, what will be called have a button click, you can do. I believe we did this example in the last class. You're clear with this. Now coming to the, so why 4200 is coming here is, I generally work on Angular also. Angular will run in 4200. All right. So let's say reading input. How to read input in React. Okay. Reading input. Engine API. Right. So whenever you want to read the input from the user, okay, how can we do? Ref is equal to not this one. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. See, HTML input elements are the only input elements we are going to be using. We don't have any what will be called input elements, or we don't have any additional concepts available here. We are using input elements. Let me go to my Visual Studio. So here, how do we read input element? Whenever you want to read input element, we have a facility in the React with the help of some inbuilt functionalities added to your input elements. Existing input elements, you can add some inbuilt functionalities. How do we read input element? Let me explain you with a simple example. So the next one is reading input element. See, in order to read input elements, we generally use our HTML input elements. You can understand that HTML input elements, okay, used for reading. HTML input elements, like what is it called? Text box HTML input elements, like text, password, radio, checkbox. Select we can use for a drop-down list. You have something called as a text box. You have something called as a file. You can have files, etc. Okay, HTML inputs. So input, what will be called elements, okay, are used while reading input from end user. While reading from end user. How do we read input? See, in order to read input, what we need to do is React provided an inbuilt functionality called as a create ref. What it is? React.createRef. This is what will be called a reference, which to be added to a variable. That variable, whatever you give, that variable to be added to reference. I repeat, in order to make your what will be called input element as editable in React. Okay, what we need to do is we need to attach to a property defined and initialized using the createRef. Okay, so what is this createRef? CreateRef is used to assign a reference to a variable, so that variable can be attached to an input, so that that input is going to be the what will be called readable. I mean to say editable, readable, editable, and all. So in order to have any input, we'll be using this createRef. Okay, so React.createRef. This method is used to assign reference to a variable, which can be added to input element for accessing input data in React state. This is very, very simple. See, why we are doing this one, we have simplest way also, but this is very important when we are inputting. Let me explain you with a simple example. I am in the example called as a component 2. Let's say I'm going to be using component 2. Glasses. So what I'll do is here I'll take component 2. This is my component 2. And the component 2, where I'm going to be defining something called class component. I'm taking a class component. If you're able to see this, class component is a component which can be what will be called defined with class. So here class component 2. So here the demo to read input from the user. Okay, I'm asking you to enter a name. So go and see this. Here I'm going to be writing this one component 2. Save this. Now I'll go to your output and see the reference. Enter name. Okay, how do we read a name? Input type is equal to text. So your what will be called text to be completely defined here. This is my input. Now here I would like to have a break. I would like to have a button. Let's say submit. Whatever you want to give, submit you want to give. Now the question is, I want to enter the text and I want to submit it. This to be taken care by the React. How do we do this one? First of all, I need to give some variable to be defined. Okay, some variable to be defined with something called as a React.create reference. Okay, here I'll be defining something called as a this.t1. This dot t1 in the sense the variable. Okay, or you can say simply t1. T1 is equal to React.createRef. So when you take this, it's a reference to a React. Okay, what it can do is this can be attached to one of the input element. Like I can say ref is equal to reference of this one is equal to coming from this dot t1. Now what happens, this text box reference will come to this t1. Understand how to read input. And what do you want to do when you click on this? Let's see, get message. You can do whatever you want to have. In this here, I'll be writing this dot set state. Here I'll be writing MSG to MSG. So meaning that I'm changing some message. Now what I'll do, variable message is equal to hello followed by, I want to get the name. Variable name is equal to this dot t1 dot current dot value. By giving this, what happens, this will go to the T1, which containing the reference of the current object, that value. Okay, hello followed by name. Done. Save this. Now your input will be there. Now this is going to be coming to our variable. Now what I'm trying to do is, here I'll take a variable output to be provided. Let's say I'll take a HR or VR, whatever you feel comfortable, you can use. This dot state dot MSG. Where is this MSG? MSG to be defined in the state. You can use a constructor, or you can use a state, whatever, constructor. Okay, super is mandatory. This dot state is equal to a variable message initially empty. Now initially empty variable message, which we doesn't have anything. Now here I'm going to be writing enter your name, Kiran. Now click on the submit button. When I click on the button, you need to call that message. So I can say on click is equal to when you say this dot get message, say this. Now what happens, you'll be getting here. This is hello. This is the way how you want to be dealing. See, now whatever we read, very, very important. The input data will be maintained. I can even change this. I can edit this. But you have an alternative way where if you say that I'll put the data and I'll process it, I don't come back. I don't need maintenance state. There is an option, okay, which makes you simple. But here my input is, I will put input. I'll click on the submit button. Whenever the response came, again, I can go back here. And this is possible with the help of this facility. So I repeat once again, reading input, HTML inputs like text box, radio button, etc. Okay, are used while reading input from the end user in React. Okay, React ref. This method is used to assign reference to a variable which can be added to input element for reading input in the React and maintain the state. So how to read input? Okay, steps to read input. Okay, what are the steps required? So let me give you a properly, like I want to maintain reading input steps. Okay, steps to read input, proper input. So step one, what we need to do? First one, define a variable, initialize a variable with the React.create ref. This should be the first one. Here I'll be writing inside the class. Okay, T1 is equal to React.create ref. This is the first step. Step two, assign the reference object to input element with the ref attribute. So I can say input type is equal to, you can write whatever it may be, text box or radio or checkbox or whatever it may be. Here I'll be writing ref is equal to, you can say this dot T1. Now step three, to read input, to read what will be called input box value. So we need to say variable IP is equal to this dot, the variable dot, current dot value. These are the three steps which are essential. If you see, you can go and search in the internet. There are some easiest way, but that easiest way is only for submission. My intention is not for submission here. Reading input and that input I want to manipulate. So these are the three steps are mandatory, and these three steps I'll be providing you in the chat window. You can try this, okay? And here these steps are implemented in this example. Try now. Any questions you can ask me. Understand guys what I'm trying to do? Right. Try this. So first what I did, I took a constructor. This, if you want to use a T1 inside, you need to say this dot T1 equal to in the constructor you can give. Understand everyone? Hello? And this input is completely stateful. So guys, I'm here only. You please understand and slowly we'll move to CRUD operations. So any questions you can ask me, guys? Understand how to handle input? All right. So this dot input dot current dot value we were used. Okay. So we'll have a small recap. Whenever you click on the button, you will be calling something called as a method and you can do. Let's have some more examples. I'll go and have another thing. Let's say 3. Let me call this as 3. 3. Okay. So 3. This is 3. All right. Let's go for the 2. Let's go for the 2. So small recap for button also. For example, how do I randomly handle? For example, I want to have some input elements to be given. So we'll continue, we'll have how to handle the button also properly. So here example, something called as I want to have something called multiple buttons. Handling multiple buttons. Let's say I would like to have 2 buttons. So first button is something called fruits. When I click here, I'll be writing something called as get items of fruits. So I would like to also have another one, something called as sweets. So here there are 2 things to be there, and I'm going to be using get items. So items. So here I'll be writing category, or you can say category. So I would like to have list of the items to be given here. So here I'll be writing something called as a heading. Here I want to have a loop state dot items dot map. So here I'll be writing X. I'll be writing li x. So here I want to get the ordered list. So I want to get this one. Now I don't have any items, we'll be getting an error. So I need to have this dot state dot state. I want to have heading. So I want to get the heading state heading is equal to empty. And I want to also have, I want to show you multiple things how to handle. Actually, I forgot this example. So I want to have items. Items are array. So there is nothing. So here in this one, what I'm trying to do is, let's say I'm going to be giving you heading, and also I would like to have something called as a message, which is empty. So I want to also have message. All right. So by default, you don't have anything. This dot state dot heading. Okay. This dot state dot message. Go and see the output. There is nothing. Get items is not defined. Get items. Get items. Get items. What's wrong here? This dot. Because it's a method, right? It's not from the current done. Now I want to have a pipe symbol to be given. Let's see, is it possible or not? Yes. Here I want to give an ampersand NBSP. You know, maybe a space between them, right? Working fine. Right. Now, whenever I want to click the respect to action to be given, here I'll be writing nothing was there, undifferent current value. Why the current value? All right. So here I'll be writing. So remove this. This dot set state. Now what I'll do is if category is equal to fruits. What to do? Else if category is equal to vegetables. All right. So here I'll be writing. So first of all, I can get it from the state or attribute. I can get this dot set state. So I need to have, first of all, heading. Heading list of fruits. That state. Right. In this case, this dot set state list of vegetables. Let me check whether it's working fine or not. Okay, sweets are not working. Sweets. Right. So whatever I'm sending, I'm able to get it. Working fine. So here I'll be writing. This is the first element. Here is the second element. Something called items. Items. Here, what I'm trying to do is apple, banana, cherry. grips manual. Right. So coming here, items, switch. Something. So click here, you're going to be getting the items. Not getting, this is not getting. So what's wrong? Items spelling. Right. And here message is equal to count of the items, count of fruits. How many? This dot, items dot, length. So getting items is getting right. This is the items, right? So state dot. We call it state dot. So items, we don't have anything. Okay, so it's getting from here, right? So you can get it. This one you cannot read from here. You have to put it in some other variable. Let it be, remove this one for a minute. Right. Right. So understand what I'm trying to do? Simple example. Try now. Dynamically, you can access the input elements. Any questions you can ask me. I'm here only.
Kiran, you there? Kiran, could you please show me the top of the code?
Share the code, huh?
Yeah.
I'll do one thing. I'll give you the code share.
Yeah.
Share link I'm sending you in the chat window.
Thanks, Kiran.
Guys, any questions you can ask me? we learned how to read input, how to display the output. Let's see, there are different what will be called requirements will be there. Let's have a small example. I'll give you the code also. Okay. Let's see. I'll go for the component 4. So this is my 4th component. Here I'm going to be having something called as a so here I'll be writing inside. I want to declare a variable this dot a. You need to say like this dot a equal to react dot create ref. So you can see in some places they will do it here. If you want to say that this dot b equal to react dot create ref. All right. Now here I'll be writing something called as a MSG. So if you have a single variable, you can put it in your wish, whether you put it in a single variable or in multiple lines, your wish. Class component 3, sum of simple calculator. I just want to have a simple calculation. So here I'm asking you to enter number 1, input type is equal to number. Here I'll be writing ref is equal to this dot a. I'll be giving this one a break. Here I'll be writing enter to this dot b. So here I'll be writing something called addition. Whatever you want to give, you can give. I'll give you 1-2 examples. So here get the result. So here parameter if p is equal to something like addition. So I'll be writing this dot set the state. Message is equal to addition of first number. Where is the first number variable a equal to this dot a dot current dot value. But here it's a number type, right? You need to take, otherwise what happens, it'll be getting this one into a string format. So I'll be also getting you the second one, d. Okay, in this case, what I'm trying to do is addition of first number and second number is third number. Done. Set state. I can also have this one, let's say message, right? Variable message, right? Message is equal to else if equal to subtraction, then message is equal to subtraction of this is a plus b here, a minus b there. I can, or also I can do that one directly. Okay, now here this is what I'm trying to do is message is equal to message. So here I'll be writing get, when you call this one addition, get result of addition, subtraction, right? So here I'll be writing this dot message. Whatever you want to give me. See, this example shows you how to handle inputs. I don't want to teach addition subtraction, guys. So let's go here and see. 2. Go to the app component. I'll call that 3. 3 or 4, I think. I'll take bootstrap and I'll put all the things one by one. So here 25, 5, addition, subtraction. Both are working. Subtraction is happening. Addition, subtraction. What was the issue? Addition A and B. This is A and B. B. Right. Working fine. Okay. So I'm sharing you this code in the code share. You can try it in example number 4, I believe. Right. Try this one. How to handle other inputs also we'll see. Then we'll perform some CRUD operations on the data source. Then we can go for the next level. So I believe you people are aware of Bootstrap, right? Right. So understand, right? How to read inputs. Now, if you ask me a question, like I have what will be called a structure. Okay, a data was there and I want to perform some CRUD operations. How do I do that CRUD operations? Okay, let me take you a simple example. Let's say employee component. I'm going to be taking a new component, something called say employee component or employee. Okay, employee. So what is my intention is here I'll be writing import React from React. Okay, so here class, here I'll be writing employee extends React.component render return. Now here what I want to do is I want to perform some CRUD operations. There are some what we call records are there. I want to perform CRUD operations. Export default employee component. Now here, let's say I'll go to my root component and I'll be calling something called say employee, right? So it automatically you can see that the list of employees, right? Now here I want to have employee component. So I'll be writing something called say list of employees. All right. Now there are some variable which I want to get the data into my variable. What I'll do, let's say I'll take a variable something called say employees. 1 second. Hello. Cheppan. So here I'm going to be giving list of employees. So where is the data? The data is available in my state. Let's say constructor. This dot state equal to, here I'll be writing something called say employees. Here I'll be giving it the employees is equal to, now here I'll be writing something called say, sorry, it's object, right? You need to put it in the curly brace. Now this data I want to perform CRUD operations. Let's say first one is ID, which is going to be coming as 1, the name, let's say Arvind, job, trainer, salary 25,000, something. So 2, 3, Bharat, Charan. So here I'll be writing something called as a programmer. So I can also say developer, whatever you want to give, you can give. Now these things, I want to perform some CRUD operations. All right. So here I want to have these details to be displayed. Okay. How do I display? Very simple. I can simply say this dot state dot employees dot map. I'll be writing. Well, I'll go for the table. I can say border is equal to 1 or whatever you feel comfortable, you can do it. Okay. Now I can specify, let's say something like each and every employee where I'm getting a TR which containing the TD. I'll say e.id. Let's go and see whether it's working fine or not. something wrong derived. This is that being derived constructor. What's wrong here? If you want to go for the constructor, you need to have the super must be there. Otherwise, it will not work. Right, working fine. Okay, so I'll be also having something called ID, ename, job, and salary. This is what I'm going to do. If you want to get it as a employee list, that is also possible. Now I will be giving you something called as a table. Sorry, I can say TR, which containing the heading, ID, ename, job, finally salary. So we'll be getting this data as coming. All right. Now I'll be changing this one to completely object-oriented, sorry, what will be called the CRUD operations. You can try this for a minute. Okay. So take a minute and tell me whether you're okay. I'll proceed to the implementation. CRUD operations. Complete CRUD operations. Try this. Try this, everyone. I want to perform some CRUD operations on this. How do I do this one? For example, I believe you did it right. TH, let me call operations. A new column was added, and this column I'm going to be providing something called as a operations. Yeah, this is operations. I would like to have a button over here. So in this case, I'm going to be having some button. Let's say select. Let's say there is a button called as a select. Now the question is, I given the button in the loop itself, right? Map. So it's like a loop. I got a button. Now what is my intention here is when I click on the button, I would like to have the ID. Okay. I want to give the name. I want to give the job. I want to give the salary. Right. So whatever I give that I want to put it here. ID, name, job channel. When I click here, I want to display. So here when I click here, I want to have this one A. Let's say you can give it A or B, or A anchor or button. href is equal to this one. Now here, I don't want to go to anything, any place when you click on the button, or stay there. And here, when I click here, on click is equal to, I want to say get record. So I can say get record or get details, whatever, get record, get record. Okay, so or you can say get details. So you can say get details by ID, well, whatever the ID I given. Right. So here variable is equal to what I can do is I can say this dot whatever the records we have, state dot employees dot find where x dot id equal to id. What happens here, whatever the record you got, that is going to be coming here. Now what I'll specify, I would like to also have the E object, which is in this one. So here I'm going to be writing get whenever I specify this dot get details by ID, whatever the ID given, E dot ID. So here I'm going to be writing this dot state dot E dot ID. So whatever you select here, that ID should come here. See, it's not working. When you click here, it should come. So what happens here when you click on this one, this ID is going to be coming here. This ID will go to this variable. Okay, ID. This I'm going to be putting here. This dot set state E to E. So what happens, whatever the E word that is going to be coming here. Working fine as expected. Now here I want to have other fields also. In this case, how do you get the other fields? Now I can say this dot state dot E dot ename. This dot state dot E dot job. This dot state dot E dot salary. So whenever you click here, the respective record is going to be come. Understand what I'm trying to tell? See how beautiful it is. Try this. Please try this one. How the implementation was there. I added this in the get details. Here in the state, I added the E object and I called the get details method. And the get details method we are invoking when you click on the button. So if you want, I'll give you the entire source once again for you. Save this, try this one. add the records. Let's say I want to say add something called as a employee, where I'm going to be getting the employee. So this dot, so I'll take variable employees is equal to this dot state dot employees. Now I'll say variable employees dot push. Push is used to add the records. This dot state dot e. So whatever you have the record, that will be added to this one. Now this dot set state, what I'll be doing is employees to employees. Now what happens? What happened here is you'll be getting employee. Now here what I'll do is here I'll specify a break, add employee button, add. So here in this case, what I'm trying to do is on click is equal to this dot add employee, right? But here this should be added to employee. So what I need to do, I need to have this what I can say, I need to have this one to our variable. So what I can tell here is, let me check, input type is equal to number. Okay. Ref is equal to this dot ID. So where we need to put that ID here. So we need to get that ID. So where is that ID? Here I'll be getting ID equal to we need to do that, some coding is mandatory. This dot ID equal to React dot create ref. Oh, this dot name equal to React dot create ref. This dot job is equal to React dot create ref. This dot salary equal to React dot create ref. Right. So I have this one. Now what I can do is here I can specify, when you specify the state, right? State value, you need to tell that when you click on this one, I can specify this dot ID equal to ID dot current dot value equal to e dot ID. Right. Let me check whether it's working fine or not. Yes, working fine. So I would like to, I have to do everything for this one. This dot ename dot current dot value equal to e dot ename. This dot job dot current dot value equal to e dot job. This dot salary dot current dot value equal to e dot salary. Now here I'm going to be giving this one to input type is equal to text, ref is equal to this dot ename. Copy this job. So next one, salary. Salary. Now the input is coming into text boxes. Now when I click here, this data is coming in the text box, right? Whatever we have. So when you click on the add button, what we need to do in the click on the add button, the data should be taken. Employee equal to variable e equal to. So we need to get like this ID, which is coming from this dot ID dot current dot value. Ename this dot ename dot current dot value. Job is equal to this dot job dot current dot value. Salary equal to this dot salary dot current dot value. Right. Now here we have right one, this one directly I can give 10. Now whatever you given, that value will be automatically added here. Now go and see this add button. Now when you click here, employees is not defined in the line number 33. All right, this dot. All right, variable, or can say push, right? This dot. Employees, employees dot push of e. It should come. If not, a variable you can take it in dummy data. Line number 34. Employees. Okay. I need to have compulsory variable employees is equal to this dot state dot employees dot push e. So here I'll be writing, right. So we have 3 records are there. Let me go to the 4th record. Select called David, programmer, 19,500. Click on add button. Done. Working fine as expected. So adding record. So guys, don't like copy paste, try understanding. Right? Did you get the recording of this meeting? Yes, you will be getting all recordings, guys. I think somebody who is recording from your end only will have everything. Now coming here, if you want to clear the what we call content, how do I do this? So I can specify. Before this, I would like to also have a button, something called as a clear all. So in case if you say clear all, so what I can do is here I can say I can call a method clear all, right? So clear all. So what I can do is here I'll specify this dot id dot current dot value equal to we have 4 fields, right? Directly you can use this dot ename dot current dot value equal to this dot job dot current dot value equal to this dot salary dot current dot value equal to empty. So what happens? All elements will be added. Okay, now here I'm going to be calling a method something called as a clear all. When I click here, I can specify on click is equal to is dot clear all. Right. Now I can go and see what were there here. Whatever you select, that record is going to be coming, right? When you click on the clear all, the content will be clear. Right? If you want. You can also maintain the count, how many records we have and all that will be possible. So done, guys. So I can also implement the delete and edit. Okay. So let's say delete by ID, where I'm giving you ID. So what I'll do is I want to delete the variable employees is equal to this dot state dot employees. I want to find out the ID variable index is equal to this dot employees dot find index x dot id equal to id. What happens, you will be getting the index. Now this dot employees dot splice. Okay, index comma 1, that record will be erased. Now this dot set state employees to employees. This is for deleting the record. And here what I'm trying to do is I'll have a button like however we have a select, I'll give the delete also. So let's copy this. Here I'll be writing delete. Now whatever I have, delete. Get delete by ID. Delete by ID. So what happens, you'll be getting the delete index 1. Somewhere I got index 1, right? Yeah. So here I want to delete a record, delete. The record will be deleted. Something wrong. Find index is getting an issue. F, I think a capital letter. This dot employees dot. Find is there. Okay. Index is equal to find is there. Having an issue. Let me try delete. So find index is getting issue. You need to find out the index of record. Why it's not getting find index? Because it's not coming from this one, right? Just a minute, guys. I'll find out. It's not a predefined object, right? So we need to find out the index. Write a method to find out the index. Okay. So for I is equal to let I of employees. All right. So here if this dot e dot id equal to id, then variable index is equal to -1, something I'll write. Now index is equal to I equal to 0, I less than employees dot length I plus plus, right? And I don't want to continue. I can simply say break. So you will come out from the break. Now I'll be deleting this one error. What was the error? E is not defined. Okay, employees of ID, employees of I dot ID. All right. So try this. You'll get everything ready. Now coming here, delete. Okay. So this is for deleting the record. Deleting the record. I see it's supposed to work find index. I'm not sure what was the issue. So here this is for deleting the record, and here is the button I called for deleting. Try this. So can you please confirm, are we clear? Hello, able to follow a complete application, right? Now I can also have edit. So this index, right? It should work actually. Find index. I'm not sure why it's not working. You can get the index. Okay, get index by ID. I'll generate this. Okay, and I'll simply return index. Right. So I can say variable index is equal to get index by ID. So you have the ID index ready. Now you want to edit the index. What I can do? What was the issue? See, okay, employees. So I can say this dot variable employees is equal to this dot state dot employees. I can get it multiple times, nothing wrong. Okay, done. So get the index. Now I want to edit by index. Edit by ID. Edit by ID. So I want to edit it. So what I can do, I can simply say this is index, I'll get it. Edit employees of that index is equal to this dot state dot e. Done. So your data will be edited. Whatever you specify, that will be edited. Now here I can specify button edit. This dot edit by ID. Okay. So we need to pass an argument or not required. Edit by ID. Yes, argument is required. What I can say this dot state dot sorry, this dot ID. That's it. So go ahead and get this. So I want to select it, edit the record. Bharat, I'll be changed to Bhuvana, programmer to manager, 20,000 to 22,500. Click on the edit. So I will not change it. So I'll call this edit button, edit by ID, edit. So this dot ID dot current dot value. Because you are going to be passing right. So here I'll be writing some value, edit. Nothing is happening. Why nothing is happening? When you click on this edit by ID, you're going to be getting the ID value here. This is ID. You need to have, okay, ID. Maybe expecting a number value, number of ID. Right. Then we need to set state also. This is dot set state, employees to employees. I forgot actually to override the original employees. That's the reason. It's working fine. Edit. Done. Something wrong. Enter data has lost. So employee ID. So I given you get the state of employees of I equal to this dot state dot e. So whatever the okay, one second, get details. 1 minute, guys. Get this one. Get details. Yes, get details by ID. Yes, you need to call the get details by ID also. Because the details to be filled, right? Otherwise, nothing will happen. Right. Edit. Something wrong. Reading ID. What was the issue? So this is ID. Get details by ID. This dot get details by ID. What happens? Your details are getting here. Get details by ID. Something wrong. This get details by ID. You'll be getting all the values. This dot ID, everything will come. Okay. One second. I'll tell. So edit by ID in the sense you're getting the record. Get ID. Let me try this once. Give me a minute, guys. Alert. Window dot alert. Index. Let me check whether it's working fine or not. Select it. Edit. Yes, record is working fine. Click here. Record is working fine. The second value is coming. Now that record we need to get it. So we need to get it that one. So that So that we need to find out the index of that ID. So we got the ID index, employees of variable employees equal to, now what is the IE containing value? Employees of okay. Now these values we already have, right? So we got these values. Get employee, that values are coming, variable find okay. Now variable find equal to that index. Now in that I want to get the record. We need to get the record from that data. So whatever we have, this one, this we copied, right? This one, this we need to get it. This we need to get it. Okay. So I need to get the record when you give on the edit by index. So you will be getting ID equal to index is equal to ID equal to what we need to do, variable. 1 second, guys. The details we need to get it right. Equal to, right? Now you got this one. Now employees of index equal to E. Now this dot set state employees to employees. I'm not sure. 90% it work. Let's try this. Try this. Click on the edit button. Working fine. Click on the edit button. Working fine. Right. Clear? Whatever I said. So newly added record ID, name, job, salary. Editing record. Try this, everyone. Editing record. And here what I said, in the editing record, you're going to get the record. That record will be edited. So whatever the values which were there, that we copying into E, that E assigning to employees, that employees were editing record. Entire example. Yeah, entire example I'll give it to you. You can try now. Now you have the complete CRUD operations are ready. Done. Okay, try this, everyone. Maybe small changes, you can sort it out. Guys, we'll take a 15 minutes break. Then we'll continue. Okay, we'll continue after 15 minutes break. Hello. Due to unavoidable prior appointment, I was not able to available today. Okay, no issues. No issues. Okay. So, guys, I believe you did this. Okay. Now coming to the operations, everything we did. Now you can go for other manipulations also. Let's see. Components, everything we did it. Okay. How to read input from the text box. Okay. How to perform some calculations. Right. So all this you can do it. Okay. So an example of checkbox. Okay. So I'll take an example. Checkbox.js. Right. So here, if you want to work with any checkbox, you can say whatever we given, like say, I'm going to be giving you simple example here. So here I'm writing input type equal to checkbox on change event. Whatever you want to do when you click on this one, e.display, then I want to have this one. So here I want to have it in the, let's say, constructor, as well as I'm taking a display method. Whenever I click on this display, I'm going to be providing this. All right. So let's go to your output and see. So click on this. Thank you. So what I'm trying to do is first I did declare a checkbox variable. So when I click on the checkbox, I'm giving you some text also on change event. I'm attaching over in the checkbox. Here I'm giving terms and conditions. When I click on this one, I'm going to be placing this one. Okay. Now what I'm trying to do is display the input, whatever the checkbox object, that object directly I'm passing to the method. And here I'll be writing e.target.check where we'll be getting. In case if this is checked, I want to give the message. All right. So this is how you can handle the checkbox. Right. Now we'll see routing, how to implement the routing. Then we'll see how to consume the API and how to consume the API in React will be discussing. Try this example, guys. Any questions you can ask me. Good. Thank you. how to handle an input element like checkbox. So if you want to handle when button is clicked also, you can do. This is when you click on this one, right? When you click on the check button, how do I handle this? I can say checkbox 2. This is, let's say, checkbox 2. Right. So in the checkbox, I'm going to be giving you this. So here, and so here I'm going to be giving you a checkbox. Now what it works, when you click on the button only, I want to do some action. Current. What is the current value? And maybe I not declared any variable. So this dot terms. Terms is equal to React.createRef. Right. So click here, accept it, and check this one. Both are actually same, but here I'm going to be doing with the help of button here. Try this one. Okay, right. So let's see how to work with the APIs in React. First of all, we'll see how to create an API, how to consume an API using normal functionalities, then how to implement that one in your React application. See, in order to consume the API, there are multiple ways. First one is fetch method. Second one is Axios, or else you can go for the general, what will be called, we can say jQuery. Okay, whatever it may be. Let's say, first of all, let's understand how to read data using fetch method. Fetch, React using fetch. 1 second, fetch. React reading APIs. Reading input API. Axios. You'll be having the Axios. Okay. So Axios. Another one is we have fetch method. See, Axios is a predefined library. Axios is a predefined library. It's not a I'm sorry, it's an external library which we can what will be called add in your React application or any JavaScript application so that we can consume the API. Okay. Now, what is an API? How to create an API? How to perform operations on API using your React application? Okay. So the thing is, tell me. Hello. Shall I proceed? Any questions you have? Hello. Yeah. I'll mute everyone here. I'm sorry. I'll mute everyone. Money, I'm muting you. Right. So whenever you go for any application, the application containing data, if you want to available to access by other applications, we'll be using Web API. Web API is nothing but a RESTful web service. Okay, you can understand that this is an interoperable source used to access by any application developed using any technology. This is what exactly called as a Web API. Web API is nothing but for RESTful services. Previously, you might work with SOAP services and all similar to that, but it's a fully open source. Okay. So Web API is an interoperable source used to access by any application developed using any technology. So you can understand that technologies like Java, .NET, Python, Node, etc. Okay. I repeat, technologies like Java, .NET, Python, Node used to develop Web API. So any technology or any UI application or even JavaScript with jQuery also can consume API. Now you can understand that React or any UI application can interact with the databases via API call only. This is very important. Now, I cannot develop an API. I cannot develop an API using React. Now, what is the best option to create an API? So you have a facility called as a JSON server. Let's say JSON server. This is an external, what will be called module, used to create a fake API. So for testing purpose, okay, testing and training purposes, you need an API, right? Okay, so you can create a fake API. I can create a fake API for training and testing purpose. So to install, if you want to install the API, what I need to do is I need to say that to install npm install -g JSON-server. This is how to install an API. How to create. So to run API, to what we call create API, what I can do, I can simply say JSON server --watch. What do you mean by --watch? You're telling that I want my JSON server to be execute in the watch mode, keep on updating and do it. And I want to have the name of the API, something called as a products.json. Now this API is going to be run. Understand? And do remember, the API is going to be running in the 3000 port number, where React is also running in 3000 port number. So it can be indifferent. So how to create an API? Now let me go to my Visual Studio. Let me close the current project. We'll come back to the React project after some time. I'm going to be closing my React application. Already we have my folder, right, which is already there. Now I want to create an API. How do I do this one? Very simple. Let's go here, everybody. Let's you can install JSON server npm install -g JSON-server. It's already there in my system. It's already there in my system. Now I can specify JSON server -- watch. I want to have an API, something called as a products API. This is how to create an API. How to create an API? JSON server. Okay, so this is running in 3000. Maybe it can be different in some other applications if already running any other products.json is there. Now, by default, it's going to be having post comments and all. You can go and see the API running in something like 3000 port. So I can go and have 3000 port. Done. So your API is ready. Now this API, how we created? With the help of the JSON server. Now it containing what? 3 resources. One is posts, one is comments. Like this, we have something else. I don't like this. I want to have my own. Let me erase everything. So I'll go and create everything. Now I'll have something called as say employees. Sorry, products. Products API containing something called say I can say companies. In the products, I have something called say companies. Okay, or you can say products. So what products we have? I can say the products ID 1 product. I can say something called as a television model. Let me call this one as a LED. Okay, price, let's say 25,000. Let's say company Samsung. So I have one. You can have different values. There is no rule at all. Let me copy this. Okay, I can have something called second one. Let's say a refrigerator. Okay, here it is something called LG. So something called say, this is the refrigerator. Let's say 22,000. Now this I want to go and see. This is how I can get it. Products. See, these are the products. How simply I created the API. Now the thing is, this API, whatever I created, how can I access and how to perform operations? This can be implemented using a facility called as a fetch and also a facility called as a Axios. So I can use Axios and also I can use React to perform CRUD operation. Just go and see this one. How to create API. What we need to do, I'll be giving you the steps here. Step one, install the API. Step 1, install. Step 2, create API. Okay. Step 3, view API. Open any browser. And you can say HTTP, localhost. By default, it's coming in 3000. If it's 3000 is filled with something else, you'll be getting. And here, this is the API which you can test it. Try everyone. How to work with API. Try this. Right. So whenever you want to consume the data, we will be having different ways. One is fetch method, another one is Axios. I repeat, you can use Axios and you can also use fetch method. See, Axios and fetch are the two different ways where commonly used in React applications while consuming your API. All right. So how to perform what will be called operations on your data? Let me go to my what will be called application. Let's say I'll go to the JavaScript very basic example. I already have a products API which is running. Let me create a file called as say index22.js. In the index22.js, what I want to do is I want to fetch the API. So let's say this is my another terminal which is running successfully. Let's say node daemon. Node index 22. Now what is my intention is what were there in the products I want to read it here. In that case, what generally we do here is, first of all, you need to install the Axios. Axios is a predefined, it's a external library which is required while consuming your any APIs. So React uses Axios, Angular can use Axios, or any JavaScript can read an API using Axios. Now Axios has been installed. Now I want to get this Axios in your system. Here I can specify I am using a basic statement. Variable Axios is equal to require Axios.default. This is how you can have Axios. Now coming here, what I can do is, where is the API? So here I'll be writing URL of the API is HTTP localhost. It is running in 3000 followed by products. So in real time, if it is hosted, you will be getting the domain name instead of localhost. Now this is how you will be going to be writing URL. Now if you want to make a call to this, axios.get. So you have all the operations, right? .get, post and all. So where is the URL? I'm going to be providing the URL. Now this URL is going to be coming and right, you will be having, it's going to be returning a promise. What we need to do is then in case if everything is fine, if the call to the API has been successfully done, now whatever the response we got, that response, I'm going to be telling that console.log. So I'll be writing something called as a response. So the response is going to be coming. In case if you have any error catch, you'll be getting an error. So there is an error. Okay, I can say console.log. What was error I got here is error, right? Save this. Now go and see. If you run this, you'll be getting the output 22. So you got the data ready available. See how beautiful it is. I don't need all the things. I just want to have only the data. That is also possible. Now JSON.stringify, you can see this JSON.stringify, which will give you the only output. Right? JSON.stringify. Okay, you need to have one more closure is required. Save this. Now try this one and try. So I'll get the data. There are two records coming. Now these two records which are there in your API. Now try reading API from the Axios.
சரி ஓகே ஓகே நான்
Hello, done. This is how you can what it be called read the data. If you want a single record to be read, you can say by ID followed by something called as a ID. In case if you have any record, that will be given. Now, in the Axios, see, we read the data, right? For example, if you want to uh, make asynchronous call, you can even have an asynchronous call also. Okay, that we will be getting this one to what will be called get the all method. Directly you can get it and you can get it into the variable. That is also possible. Okay. And for example, this is my Axios. I want to, I think this you already done. Let me give you the code in the source. Okay. So this is how you can make asynchronous call. Now, copy this. Here I'm giving you this one coming to products. So first what I'll do is here I'll be writing something called say get products, get all products. Right. So when it comes to get all products, here is my definition, get all products. So here I'm going to be getting, this is the products which I'm going to be expecting here, products. So here I'm writing response. I'm going to be writing products is equal to this one. In case if you have any error, you can get that error. Now here I'm going to be giving you this, whatever we have, catch I'm going to be giving. Now return products. So run this example and see, you're supposed to see the same output. But this is asynchronous. Try this, everyone. So I believe you understand how to read an element. If you ask me a question, how do I add the record? Okay, how do I delete the record? For example, this is for making call to read the data. So to add a record, okay, this is get employee, right? To assign call to get post in the sense like forever, whenever you want to add the record, generally we use a post method. Let me show you how to add a record. See, we already have how many records with us? For example, we have 2 records. Now I want to have third record to be added from my application. How do I do this? We need to have post method. So we need to tell the HTTP localhost 3000 followed by products. So what do you want to do? ID. For example, the ID which I want to give the third record. I want to give the product name, something called as say water purifier. Okay, purifier. So here I'll be writing something called as say company. Let me call the company is something called as say LG only. I would like to also have a model instant. Okay, instant DC model and price something around 30,000. So this is what I want to do. Now here I'll be writing something called as say axios.post URL followed by D1. D1 in this is product P1, like P1 product one. So whatever the product I want to give, that I'm going to give it. If everything is fine, I just want to give rewarded successfully. Otherwise, there was an error. So go and see. Done. So rewarded successfully. Now go and see here. You're supposed to have newly added product. How beautiful it is. Now this is a style where you will be writing this code in the React. Try this one. Adding row into the API. If the API connected to database, the database will be affected immediately. Try this. Right. Hello. Same style. If you want to perform some operations like what will be called editing data, deleting data, anything is possible. Let's have the same example from your React. Okay, let's go to the React application. So this is my, let's go to my React application. Let me close a folder. So here I want to perform CRUD operations on my some API. Maybe that API can be interacting with the database also. It can be done. Okay, npm start. So let's say I want to have an API to be run here. Let's go and create an API. It can be running from any place. JSON server -- watch. I can say something called students. So let's stop this. I'll go for the students.json. I'm sorry. Yes. Students. JSON. Okay, let's go to my students.json. Students.json. It's working fine. Let me call that API. I can say students. So I can say ID 1, student name, Kiran, course, something called .NET, fees, something called 25,000. Now I want to read this in my React application. So this I want to read it from the React application. Okay, so I can say that's sure. So 33,000. How do I do this? So let's see, these are the students, right? Let me go and create a student component. Let's select this student component. Student. Import React. So class student extends React.component. I'll be writing the export default. Right, student. Render return div to student. So I'll go to my app component and I'll say students. Student. Done. Go and see you're supposed to have the student. Now the API is running in which port? That is also students is running in 30,000 port. How it's possible? No. This application is running in some other port, I think. Okay. So React application is running in some other port. What is the port number React application is running in? I think 3001. Let's check this. Okay, stop this example. Right. Now let's go and see this. This is running in 3000. Which one products is running 3000? So this is running in students. Okay. Now let's go to the React. I'm sorry. All right. This is running in some other port number. I think 3001 or something will be there. Yes. Another port. It's clearly asking you want to run another port number. I think it's running in 3001. So this application is running in 3001 port number. API is running in 3000 port number. Now I want to consume that API. How do I do this? Very simple. Let's go to student. Now that there is no data here. Let's say constructor super. Let's say I'll be writing this dot students state dot students. So this is a beauty. Okay, I'm going to be giving empty. Now this I want to get it into our variable. Now here what I'll do is here get students. What I'll do here, I'll simply say Axios. Where is Axios? So this is how you're going to be making a call to the API. Whether you call it in the what will be called normal thing or your asynchronous call, whatever. Let's copy this. So I'll have this one, npm install Axios. Make sure that you install Axios. npm install Axios. Okay, by giving Axios, you will be getting the facility to interact with the databases. All right. Now here, what I'll do here, I'll be writing something called as a import Axios. Variable Axios is equal to this is required in the first line. Right. Now coming here, in the place of get students, I'll be writing get okay, get students. Right. Get students. Why you getting an error? Why error is not? Async functions. What's the async? Right. So here I'm going to be getting the get students. Let's say get students. I'm going to be getting from the students. You can make asynchronous call, sync call, whatever you feel comfortable, you can do it. Students. Students. This is a dot set state unit. So this dot set state of students. Tends to this one. What we need to right. Now everything is fine. Your red is required, right? Right. This is students. We are going to be assigning here. This is and this is right. Everything is fine. Now here I'm going to be writing something called say students. Now this students, if somebody call this get students, I can say get. This is get students, right? Fill students, I can say. Now here I'll be writing. It's coming here. Now if somebody call this so I'll be getting this. You need to call where you want to have in the get students. This dot get students. Yes. Now what I'll do, if everything is fine, then whatever the response we got, that response we need to put it into our what will be called. Let it be this. So generally we put it into departments. To response, but the response is coming from the JSON.stringify file. Right. So here I'll be writing whatever the response we got it. That response I'll be writing this dot set state of students to whatever the response we got. Done. Now we got this one. In case if any error is there, now I can say you have an error. Okay, so I'll be writing in case catch. So whatever the error you got, then you will be writing this dot set state message. What is a message? Whatever the error you got it. So you need to also have message variable to be defined. This dot set state dot state equal to students. And also will be having error, which is string message or whatever, right? So here, if everything is fine, it's okay. I'll be writing. Otherwise, I'll be getting the message. So if everything is fine, you will be getting the output. Now, students is not defined. Line number 15. Line number 15, you are telling that students. Return students. Here, this is students. Right. Whatever the variable name you want to use, you can use. ERR not defined. Where is the ERR? Line number 21. Right. Done. Everything is fine. Students. Students, save this. Students. So I have students. Okay. Get students. Students. This dot students, not this dot students. Here I'll be writing students is equal to. First one, everything is fine. This is students. Here is equal to students. Everything is fine. Now everything is fine. Right. Save this. Running fine. This is save this. I'm really sorry. Let me check. What was the issue, students? 3000. Okay. So React reading I given already. This example is there with me to simplify. Axios. Okay. So what I'll do it here, I'll be writing in the state. I give it the URL, get students. So state, I have the students. Let me copy this one to save the time in the state. Where is the state? Here is the state. State is equal to this dot. State is equal to students. An array is there. URL is there. This is students. And also message in case if I have any error. So my constructor is ready. Now next one. And get students. This is get students. Let me copy the async get students. Everything is fine. Right. Then next, hide students if you don't want to have the students. Hide students. Now coming here, add student, everything is fine. Now coming to the, when you click on the get students, you will be getting right get students. This dot get students. So what I'm trying to do is this dot get students, render get students. Right. So any error is there? Reading get undefined symbol cannot read property of undefined symbol get somewhere. I'm really sorry. Let me try this. Get get. Everything is fine. This dot. Okay. Give me a second. Yes, everything is fine. Now I want to have the data to be presented. Now I can specify this dot state dot students dot map. I'll be getting each and every student in yes. Okay. Now tr td yes dot id. Right. So I can specify. Let's see. Get this defined property. Why was there? Everything is fine. Just give me a minute. Yes. Get everything is fine. Students. Right. Students, then response set stage. Students, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dot. Then whatever the response you got, this dot set state. Students to students. Response. Done. We're supposed to get everything. Why can't read the property? Why? Everything is fine. Just give me a minute. Yes, everything is fine. So you have the students method is ready. Yeah. Now in the students method, I'm going to be calling the get the students, and here writing this response, this dot set state students to response. Okay. Now here I'll be reading students dot map. Yes. You didn't got the output. Why you didn't got the output? Just give me a minute. Where I kept here, let me check. Render. So let me get this everything ready. Axios demo. Right. So let's go to the root component. Axios demo from the student. Axios demo. So I'll be getting Axios demo. I'm sorry. Let me check what was the issue. Right. Right. Everything right. Get all the students. Yes. Hide the students. Right. Now let's go and go to the student application. Where are the records? Here I'm going to be giving you in the render method table border equal to 1 something. All right. So you have 2 records. Check this. 2 records are there. Let's go to the students and see. You have 2 records. Let's go to the student API JSON and see what I'm trying to do is I have another 4 records. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So mean, whatever you want to give, you can write. Right. So you can get it from here. Now you can perform all the operations. Let's click on the get all students. We were use the whatever the ID name course, and fees also. Let's go to the fees. Yes. Right. So we'll be getting all the values already. Right. Now here, whatever we discussed, everything has been given one way. Now what you do is, don't do everything directly. I'll give you step by step. So let's see. First, what we need to do is, here is a consume API using in React using Axios. Step one, what we need to do? Create new component in a file student.js. This is first what we need to, and here is the code you need to write. So first what we need to do, you need to have this one. So what I'll do is here, I'll put it everything here. So let's go to this one. Okay, here you will be getting this. Right. Then what we need to do, we need to go for the render method, which containing the table, render method, which containing the table. And here we'll be having the okay, and open. Step 2, open app.js file. And here in the app.js file, you need to do this one. And in the so I'm doing this one, how to fetch the data from the API. Right. Try this one, everyone. Try this. Try everyone how to consume API in the React using Axios. Try this. So this example will take another 45 minutes or something to complete CRUD operations. Do it one by one. Do it slowly and tell me if you're okay, then I'll proceed. So understand, right? If you have this one, let me copy this. I'll put it in my place. Okay. So this is Axios. student. I'll go to the Axios demo. Let's have everything ready. So I just want to have to get all students. Yeah. If you want to implement the hide students, if you want to implement the hide students, see here I'll be writing implementing hide students. So hide students directly I can give this one. In the place of definitions, I'll have hide students. So what happen, you'll be also having students, hide students. Both are working fine. This is coming from the API. Okay, this is for hide students. All right. Now, if you want to perform an operation like what will be called as a displaying the content. Here I want to display the content. This I'm going to be adding in the, I'll be adding the content over the table. Over the table, I'm adding the content. So where is my table content? Here I'll be giving you. Right. Now go and see. You're supposed to have this ready. Now, when you want to add employee, how do I do this? So here I'll be writing add employee. So we already defined to save the time I'm giving you, add employee, add student, whatever it means. This is add. Add in this is where we will be implementing the post action. So what was there in the post action? Here it was clearly mentioned. This dot ref dot current dot value, whatever you want to feel comfortable. This dot id dot current dot value, you can use this one post method. Now let's go and see. Already we have how many records? 5 records. Now I'm giving you the 6th record, something like 7. Okay, course is Azure only. Click on the add button. Now you can see that the new row added successfully. Okay, get all students and see. But I not given that. Try this one. This is for adding record. when you want to add the record, what we did it, we were simply used. See, if you don't like to use this, what will be called reference, you can also say this dot id dot current dot value also. Okay, both are actually same. For your safe, for your understanding, I given you two different things. Try this one. Able to follow, guys? Mani, Sebastian, Srilakshmi. All right. Yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes time. Try this one. If you want to edit the content, okay, if you want to edit the content, here is the edit content. You can use student or whatever it is. Content is very simple. So here edit student, what generally we do here is I'll take an Axios. Okay, I'll take a new student. The values what were supplied in the text boxes I copied here. I can have one more ID, name, course, and fees. And here I'm writing URL equal to state URL followed by this ID. So this student will be edited. Axios.put, whatever you want to do. And here I would like to also have one more field to be added along with the course. I want to have fees. Okay, so I'm going to be taking another one. So let's say copy this, a break fees. Fees. So this is input type number, and I'll call this one as a fee. So what happens, you will be getting the fees also. Here in the edit, whatever you want to give, I can say fees. Okay, whatever we have, I'll copy this one and I'll put it into the fees attribute. Now what happens, you'll be getting the ref.fee.value. Done. So this is going to be editing, and in the adding also, I can also have fee. So whatever you want to do, sorry, fees. So your fee is also already available. All right, now run this example and see what were there. Now I have all the students. Shravan is, let me go and check first what was there. Right, get all students. You have this one. Now you want to edit this. Now I want to give the edit 6, Shravan to something like Swati, Azure to Angular 6,600. Click on the edit button. Done. Now get all the students. Edit and get all the students now. This is updated successfully. Clear. So only implement it, how to work with editing the row. Edit record in the database. It can directly go to the database also. In tomorrow's session, what we will do now, we'll create one API, which is coming from the database. How an API to be created, how database will be accessed, everything will be discussed. Do it slowly. So whenever you want to, what will be called, perform operations directly in the data source, here is the best option. I repeat, if you want to perform CRUD operations on the data, generally in the real time, if you remember, the data will be there in the database only. You will be creating APIs. Those APIs will be accessing your database, and React will interact with the databases via API. So without API, React cannot interact with any database or data source, whatever you call. Okay, so file system is not acceptable. For example, if you want to have something called as a delete student, here is a simple delete student by ID or whatever. I'm directly giving you the source to delete student. Okay, here this is my delete student. Okay, so whatever you given, that record will be deleted. So delete student by ID, whatever the ID you're going to be getting, this one URL axios.delete.axios.delete URL and URL. Try this. Any questions? All right. So you can have your operations like what will be called adding record, deleting record, editing record, everything can be done. Right. I'll give you a few more minutes. Try this one. Then I'll take you some other concept. So try this example, guys. I'll give you 5 minutes time. Then I'll take your concept of what will be called other elements. We can see how to get the data from the radio button. Okay, radio button example we'll see. Okay, just I'll give you 5 minutes time. In the 5 minutes you complete this example, then I'll show you how to work with other input elements. Right. done, right? So how you can perform the operations on the data source with the help of these facilities only. Now, let's say, well, enough for the content here. If you want to perform other operations, like how you can have the radio button and all, I already have some examples related to this. I'm going to be taking you something called as a handling radio button. Okay, handling a radio button. So for example, I'll be taking directly name of the content is radio button. Okay, so I'll have right. So this is radio button. In the same way, I'll be giving you radio button. So let's go to the app.js. I'll have something called as a radio button. So what's going to be happening here is, here I'm writing some name. When I click here, hello, Mr. Kannan. See how beautiful it is. See, this is a basic concept, but we have sufficient time, right? I'm going to be teaching you. How do we implement this? Very simple. In order to do this one, what I did, I created the class and I'm creating something called as a name. The name is coming from the create ref, which reference was given, and I am taking one state object which containing the message as well as gender. Okay, set gender. Here I'm writing what I'm trying to do is, here I'm writing very clearly. In case if you select this one, I want to select that hello Mr. So gender value I'm getting from there. Hello gender value I'm getting Mr. and Miss. In the what will be called division, what I'm trying to do is, here I'm writing radio button demo. So here I'm writing input a type equal text, ref is equal to this dot name, where name was given here, this dot gender. I'm asking you to equal to on change equal to, when you change anything, I can get it, Mr. So first, when you select the male respect to radio button, if you select the male, you're going to be getting the value called as a Mr. Same thing, when you go for the second option, you'll be getting the Miss. Okay, female and male was there, Miss and Mrs. So what I'm trying to do is, here I'm going to be getting the data from the radio button only. So let's go and see here. Right, I'll be writing something called say Aravinda, male. Hello, Mr. Aravinda, like this. All right, very simple. We didn't done any huge amount for lightweight of code we given. If you want, you can try this. Handling radio button. Okay, we were done with the session, but we'll go some, we have sufficient time, but we can try this one. Hope you enjoyed the session. We'll continue in the next class tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye for now. Right.